Thank you.
Yep, kind of old school, but.
Awesome. No, that's so helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, make notes.
Are we good? Bob, ASAP on there? We got him? Okay. So I'll probably bring him up here. I'll probably bring him to stand if he's still right. I just wanted to make sure ASAP was on the I'll bring up here. I think we're good. Yeah, I'll grab him and we'll start.
Okay.
I talked to him last night. He'll be here. Yeah. I think he had an appointment this morning. They had to get to first.
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 2, 1. Press conferences get ready to start. UCLA is up first.
What's that?
Keep going. Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. UCLA is first. Alabama.
I can't say so. I've been in a car and even nap every time recently, but
Keep going. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Doesn't matter because there's no one in the mailbox. That can go to Unity as well.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with UCLA today. We are joined by head coach Kelly Inouye Perez, and then players Maya Brady and Charlize Palacios. We'll start with a statement from Coach Inouye Perez, and a reminder to make sure you silence your phones and electronic devices, and then give your name and affiliation when you get the mic, please. So, Coach.
First, I'd like to just congratulate all 8 teams. To get to this point, this is the goal, the dream of every team, so I'd like to congratulate all of them. I also just have great gratitude for USA Softball being able to just have great support and recognition, and as well as the city of Oklahoma. This is the stage, and our ability to have the opportunity to compete for a championship is something that every player and coach strives for. So we're excited We're ready to play softball. I love where my team's at, and, I think the rest is we're just here to create memories.
Open up to questions. Front row, left right here, Jenny.
I was hoping you all could talk about this. I'm sure back in Los Angeles you've talked about it, but just getting to this point after the start for the season, was there a juncture where you all felt like you turned a corner, you became the team that we see now? What's sort of the how that happened from all y'all's perspective?
I'll start, and I don't think there's ever one time that, you say now, but I think the whole season is, it's there, there's a journey for a reason, and you learn your lessons and really figure out who you are as a team. So I always choose to schedule the hardest path, so we play a lot of quality opponents earlier in the season, and then the Pac-12 is tough, and along the way, we're very clear about, I break things down into segments, and we're very clear about what we're trying to accomplish. We're learning about ourselves as a team. We're learning how to play in a 3-game series. We're learning how to, never let up at the end of Pac-12. Then you have the Pac-12 tournament. So everything has purpose and intent. It did start off rough. We were not at 100%. I lost 3 starters in weekend 1, and we weren't 100% healthy in the circle. So being able to keep our eyes on the prize of understanding that our best was yet to come was very real. And we built a lot of trust. I believe that we're battle tested. There was a lot of emotion and frustration because that's what sports does. But there is a clear path from my staff to the players, all of us. We were in it together. We knew we were heading in a certain direction. We have all kinds of moments that we had a decision to make. When things got hard, certain people quit, and there's other people that level up. And this team decided to keep moving forward and continuing to improve, even though it was very challenging. So the entire season prepared us for that. But there are definitely some great stories of moments when it was very hard, down by 7 at home, and being able to find a way to stop and fight back and win ball games. But that's how our season started. We were down by 4 in game 1 against Maryland, and that team fought back, and we won game 1 5-4. So we were like, oh, here we go. But I'm very proud of where we are now. Very intentional, but decisions were made. I call it Bruin armor. We're very battle tested because we didn't quit when things got hard.
All right, we'll go second row on the left here, Cliff.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Oh,
sorry,
go ahead.
hold on.
Yeah, what are your thoughts?
I think she said it all. I think that was really good. Yeah, I would also just say probably Stanford. I think for us that was a really big weekend just because obviously they're like a great opponent, and going against one of the best pitchers in the country, I think as in a little bit of a younger offense, it was a pretty big challenge. So I think for us, just being able to go there and end up sweeping, I think it was like just a really big confidence boost for everybody.
Facts.
Okay, now we'll go to Cliff, second row
All right.
left.
Yeah, Cliff Brunt, Associated Press. Obviously, this is it for the Pac-12. You have obviously a lot of history with it, a lot of winning. What does it mean to you to have an opportunity to represent that conference one more time here?
Yeah. First and foremost, I'm so proud to be able to have represented the Pac-12 as a player, an assistant, as a head coach. And there were so many opportunities throughout the Pac to be able to just leave our mark as far as, the Conference of Champions. So great memories, great players, great coaches that continued on to play professionally, to play representing, USA softball as well as other countries. But when you think about the greatest that have played in the history and the championships, it is the Pac-12. And that's a big reason why so many people would like to, that wanted to compete in the Pac. But I'm very proud of our Bruins that had a chance to be able to close out the regular season, the last regular season, as champions, to close out the Pac-12 tournament as champions. That's our goal, is to be able to represent the best of the best. And, as a Bruin, to be able to say we were a first in a lot in the Pac-12, and then also to be able to say that, we were able to close out in history, just makes me proud to represent something that I truly believe there is no competition against what we've done. The history speaks for itself, and the rest, the sport is very exciting. But the Pac-12 definitely, we were known for not only athletic excellence, but academic excellence as well. So I'm very proud and also very sad that it's coming to an end, and we're going to start a new chapter and get ready to see where everyone goes next year. But for now, yeah, we're repping the Pac.
Front row left here, Joe.
Kelly, you kind of touched on it there at the end, but I was going to ask you, is it bittersweet in a way because the Pac-12 has been the gold standard for so long throughout history with you guys spearheading that this is the end?
I mean, bittersweet. It was so out of, yes, the answer is yes. I mean, I'm just going to say it was out of our control. I think there are things in place that are for the bigger picture. The one thing, when I first found out, it was only UCLA and SC doesn't have softball, so at that point, I was feeling a little differently. But now that Oregon and Washington are coming with us, and I see that everyone's kind of going in a different direction, I think it's kind of just changed. No one really knows. A lot of people have asked, and I'm still in the pack. I'm still representing the pack, and I almost don't know what I don't know. So I think with it, I'm just going to enjoy every last moment, and I'm going to say winning the Pac-12 tournament was something that was really special because at that moment we realized that was the last Pac-12 event. So that was a really special moment. But I don't really have a lot of emotion on what's next just yet. We're still Pac-12, and I would love for the Pac-12 to end on a really high note.
And then one more just unrelated. Mike White said in the last couple of days that it's a huge advantage for OU to always have the World Series here. I know there's, it's a conversation that's been going on for a long time about potentially rotating it, but how do you sort of see that, and do you think it's an advantage for Oklahoma?
I'm just going to say, we're using terms like the crowd is white noise. I've won championships where we didn't have the most fans in the stands, but we definitely have our little section of blue, but it's part of the game. I don't think there's an advantage. I think the players on the field know that we've got to play. We know that it gets loud. We know that there could be more bodies wearing a certain color. I can tell you I never look in the stands, so I really wouldn't know. But it's, I can't speak to things that are out of our control. And right now, this I've been able to be fortunate to play as a player here and to be able to see the stadium grow and to be able to see the stands get bigger and the scoreboard's gotten, just everything that's come from how they've grown the sport. And this is the headquarters of the College World Series. Whether they're in, whether they're out, anytime that we get a chance to play, it's softball and it's between the white lines. So I think for that, wherever it is, I want to be in it. And for now, I've been fortunate to have a lot of great memories in this stadium, no matter who we're playing against or who's in the stands.
More questions? Go, Justin in the back, third row.
Charlize, for you, you've got two young pitchers on your pitching staff that you've kind of gotten to see grow this year. Can you just tell me from your perspective what you've seen from Taylor Tinsley and Caitlin Terry as they've grown through the course of the year?
One of the biggest things that I've seen is just poise in big moments. It seems like the bigger the moment, the more focus that they get, and I think that they're craving those moments a little bit more as the season goes by. We've had some really big moments like in the Pac-12 tournament, and just like Taylor coming in to help KT and KT coming in to help Tins, and it's nice to see them both have such a good relationship with one another, a very supportive relationship, but also when they get on the mound, they mean business. So it's really been a cool thing to watch, see them support each other, but also shine on their own as well.
And then Maya, for you, you mentioned earlier, you do have something of a young offense, and you've got some players who've made an impact in the first couple of years, but also haven't played on the World Series stage before. You have. What is that experience for you, your experience there? How are you using that to kind of help them be ready this week and however many games you're here?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I have kind of been in their shoes. I've kind of been lucky enough to be on this stage and kind of be the inexperienced one and kind of just follow the lead of the people above me. But I feel like the biggest thing that I'm just trying to, instill in them is that at the end of the day, like Coach I is saying, it's softball. Whether we're at Easton Stadium or at the World Series, at the end of the day, like, we've been playing this game for 18, 19, 20 years of our lives. So I think at this point, just trying to instill in them that, like, the greatness is already in them. It's not something that they need to try and do more. They don't need to try to be anybody else. They just need to be themselves and just do what they can to, help the team win. At the end of the day, we talk a lot about the story of we is way more interesting than the story of I. And I think that if we come together like we have been in the later part of the year as a unit, I think that you're not going to be able to tell who's been here and who's not. So you're just going to see a lot of us smiling and having fun. So that's just what I'm trying to, tell them.
Right, we'll get a clip from the second round left.
All right. Coach, this is kind of a broad one. As you're aware, the agreement involving the NCAA and the conferences last week paves the way for schools to pay athletes directly. Softball's obviously grown, but this development could certainly affect it. Big picture in the sport, do you worry that this change could divert funds from softball to, say, paying football players, or do you believe that there's enough momentum in the sport and it's enough of a priority that it'll be beneficial?
That is a broad question, and I can say I couldn't tell you what's happening in the grander landscape of everybody else. I believe the sport has done an amazing job of growing viewership. We've gotten into the living rooms. People have fallen in love with the sport. There are conferences that have dedicated great resources, funds, facilities, coaching, salaries, all kinds of things to be able to support the sport. So unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to be broad-based for everybody, but I believe that softball has definitely has elevated to a priority sport on campuses and conferences across the country. So I don't fear the sport dying, but I do say I feel badly that I don't believe the amount of teams are going to be able to sustain what's coming in the future. So I don't know, but that's just potentially what could happen, because we've had conversations of understanding the impact of what could happen, knowing that every school is going to have to find a way to be able to fund all Olympic sports. So the world's in a crazy place. We don't really know what the future holds. I feel confident that softball at UCLA and wherever we are, I feel confident that we are a priority sport that's going to find ways to continue to get after winning championships. As far as everyone else, I'm just going to hope and pray that everyone finds a way as well.
More questions? Okay, I think that'll, second row on the right.
Elizabeth Flores, USA Today. My Rady, I have a question for you. You come from a family of very talented athletes. What have they taught you for this moment?
Yeah, I think the person that I've learned from the most in my family would probably be my mom. She was able to pitch on this stage, and I think probably from the first year that we were able to play here was 2021, which was obviously my first year kind of fully playing at UCLA following COVID and stuff like that. So it was kind of my first opportunity to play on the World Series stage as well. And I will never forget, driving to our first game, she had written me a letter, and she just literally told me to just soak in the moment, enjoy this time with my sisters, and, just never take a moment for granted, because you never know. Coming off last year, it was kind of scary. You don't know if you're ever going to come back. So I think just being here and, just trying to take in those lessons from my mom of appreciation and gratitude, and just enjoying the moment with my sisters and the coaching staff and the university that I love. So.
All right, this will be our last question. Cliff, second row left.
Coach, I wonder, I haven't seen very many coaches of color in my 10 years here. I wanted to know if Marissa Young and what she's done resonates with you.
Oh, I am the biggest fan. First and foremost, to the first part of your question, I've been in the sport for a long time, and that's true. We have evolved to a very diverse sport. If you look at our team, I'm proud of it. I think there's opportunity from coast to coast. Everyone now realizes that there's a place that you can play in our sport. You can pitch, you can hit, you can defend, you can run. There are so many different parts of our sport, and we're unique. You don't have to be 6 foot plus to be able to do it. You don't have to have a certain speed. We're a very unique sport, which leads to more opportunity. And we've been able to get into communities, and I think it makes me think about things like Natasha Watley, who is actually one of Marissa Young's best friends. And Natasha Watley has been a Bruin, played in Japan, came back, and now she's running her own foundation, giving back to the inner city kids in LA, creating opportunity for them as well. So the sport has grown. That before you wouldn't see many women of color, coaching, playing, but we're in a different place, and I'm so proud of that. So we actually take time to be able to kind of stop and celebrate and learn. I think being able to be surrounded by people that are not like you helps you be more prepared, to do great things and collaborate and have camaraderie and teamwork out of sport. So there's an education piece, there's an awareness piece, but we celebrate it. So, but getting back to Marissa, I'm such a fan of what she's done as a player, as a coach. It's no surprise to me that her team is here. We got to face them in a super not too long ago, and we weren't surprised there, but she's a just a quality coach, but a better person. So I'm excited for the fact that she's been able to build such a strong program and get to this stage so quickly. It says a lot.
All right, that'll wrap things up for UCLA.
Yep,
Thank you.
gotcha.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started with Texas. A reminder to please silence your cell phones or any electronic devices you have, and then to give your name and affiliation when you get the mic to ask a question. I'm joined by Texas head coach Mike White and players Reese Atwood, Tegan Cavan, and Viviana Martinez. Coach, if you'd like to start with an opening statement, we'll start with that and then go to open up for questions.
Sure. Well, we're excited to be here in Oklahoma City for the second time in the last 3 years. Thank you to USA Softball, Oklahoma City itself for putting this event on. This is a great stadium, and we're excited to be here in front of this crowd. Just going to be ready to see some good softball. It was fun watching all the teams play last week, over the last couple of weeks. There's been some exciting stuff going on, including our games. And I think it's great for the game itself, and hopefully there'll be a lot of people watching, and we can provide some great entertainment for those that are watching out throughout the country.
All right, we'll open up for questions. All right, front row left, Jenny.
Jenny Carlson, jennycarlson.substack. Mike, everybody nowadays has transfers, but you've got so many of your players that have been developed from, high school players on up. Can you just talk about how you did that, how you were able to keep such a large group of your high schoolers together through the program, and what that's meant for just where you guys are today?
It's a good question, and maybe it's a better question for the players themselves, because they're the ones that make those choices to stay or go. But we've really got a heavy emphasis on recruiting and bringing in young players and showing that we can help them become better players, better people, and provide great education at the University of Texas for future years. Of course, it's all about the experience for the student athlete. If they're not having, and we're open too. We say that we give them real-time feedback on their playing future, whether they're going to see some playing time or not see playing time, or where they're ranked, and then it's up to them to make that decision. And we want to be on their side and help them, and I've told them this too, that if it's not for them, then we'll help them find a place to play, and that's happened in our program too. We've had people transfer out, but we're real specific on who we need to bring in if there's a hole to bring in, not just to bring people in.
All right, we'll go to second row left here, Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff Brunt, Associated Press. This is for players, any of you who wish to answer this. No matter who you play, crowd's going to be against you. You're in Oklahoma. It's either going to be Oklahoma fans that don't like you, Oklahoma State fans that don't like you, or whoever you're playing against, fans that don't like you. How do you approach that from a mental standpoint, knowing that you're basically going to be playing road games every game?
I think as a team we've just learned to be able to take that energy and use it to benefit us. Like you said, a lot of people are going to be cheering against us, but we also have our family in the stands. We have the people cheering for us, and we have each other, so that's all we really need.
Yeah, I think we use that as motivation.
Go last row in the right here.
Jacob Richmond, Lone Star Live. Coach, I know it's been a couple months that you played Stanford, but you had the chance to play them twice. How much do you take away from those first two games? How much do you hope that, what do you hope that the team takes away from those first two meetings?
Well, they were, the first game we were actually able to kind of get out to a good lead, and Tegan threw extremely well against them. And then the second game was in Austin. Nyjah threw that game against us, and she threw very well. It was an exciting game, went extra innings, 4-3. We lost. I expect nothing less in this next game. They're a tough club. They're fired up. Jess is a great coach. Nyjah's obviously the best pitcher in the country right now. Won the award last night, and congratulations to her and Stanford. But we're going to be ready. That's what it is. That's what makes this thing great. Is that it's a new day. It's 0-0, and let's go.
Questions? Go front row left here to Joe.
Mike, you guys are obviously a part of conference realignment yourself, but having, been at Oregon, I just wanted to get your thoughts on kind of the end of the Pac-12, which has for so long kind of been the gold standard for softball.
Yeah, I think it's tough, but we're down the totem pole, so to speak, as a sport in relation to the breadwinners as far as football and men's basketball. But women's sports is catching up, and we're hoping that whatever the conference realignment does, it benefits softball in the long run. I don't know how it's going to shake out with the Olympic sports having to travel so much. I think that's going to be very difficult, especially 3 time zones for some of these clubs. We're just doing one, which is going to be bad enough as it is. So I don't know. This might be a question to ask in maybe 2 or 3 years once everything kind of shakes out. But who knows? We go with the flow. I mean, it's not our job to make those decisions, and we'll just do whatever it takes to go play. We're excited about going to the SEC. Obviously, 13 of those teams made the postseason. Incredible conference. It's going to help actually softball itself. I think week in and week out. We saw a tough SEC team last week, and that was a knockdown, drag-out series. And I think, as I told my friends, I said every weekend is going to be like this. Going into those environments.
All right, we'll go to second row on the right, Myron.
Myron Patton, OKC Sports Radio. Coach, and if players, you want to jump in on this too. In the past, Oklahoma has won the Big 12 and usually been the #1 seed. This year, you're the #1 seed. You won the regular season. You've been here before. Any change in how you approach this week, your attitude coming in, since the roles have kind of been flipped a little bit?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, 3 players to my right here haven't been at this before, so they're our young talent, but they're the best we've got on our club right now, and they're excited, and we try to tell them and help them. We've had, I think, 8 players that have been here before in 2022. But, it is exciting. Oklahoma is obviously the gold standard, as you said. We've played them a number of times. We're fortunate to come out on that series. That was a good series played in Austin. The crowd here is tough. It's a tough place to play, and we're ready to go. But maybe the ladies can jump in on this one.
Yeah, I think coming here, it's definitely going to be something new for us young players, but we're definitely going to lean on the seniors and the players that were here before us. They've been here, they know what to do and how certain things play out. So just being able to learn from the experience and learn from them going into this week.
Yeah, I'm just planning on soaking it all up, learning a bunch from it, and then talking to our veteran players and learning from them and anyone who's been in this situation before, and just figuring out a way that we can do this together and do this as a team and combat any adversity.
Yeah, I think we just continue to compete and treat every game like it's a big one, because it's going to be a good tournament, so I'm excited.
All right, we'll go to third row on the left, Justin.
Reese, for you, this year you've done so much so well, and your stardom has risen so much. How have you handled that through the course of the year to continue producing at the level you've produced?
I think just playing the game freely. I think I play with some of the greatest teammates. They're my family, they're my best friends, and just being able to play on this team means so much to me. And I think it's really what has gotten me to where I am today, and allowed me to improve my game, learning from them. I'm just super grateful to be part of this team.
For you, I think sometimes we forget you're a freshman, to be honest. Through the course of the year, the different experiences you've had, whether it's big wins, whether it's kind of tough breaks, to get to the point you're at, even this past weekend against A&M, of just being so locked in. What have your experiences through the course of your freshman year done to have you ready to play on this stage, to pitch when the pressure's on like you did this weekend?
Yeah, I've been put in a lot of big situations, and I think that's only going to help me going forward. And so I'm grateful that I've been put in these situations, and I'm grateful I have the ball out there, and that, like what Reese said, I have my team that always has my back, and they always help me through it.
More questions? Go to third row on the right.
For any of the players, I was wondering if you could specify who are some of those leaders that have been really helpful for you this season, if there's any advice, anything that you're planning to take with you as you take the field for the first time.
For sure, our captain, Alyssa Washington. I know she helps us out a lot on the infield and always gives us the feedback that we need. If it's talking to the pitcher on defense, or just having everyone calm down and relax in those pressure situations. Just soaking everything in, because I know that a lot of the seniors now have told us that it's going to be 100 times bigger than the Big 12 tournament. So just soaking that in, and also just competing.
Yeah, I think we have great leaders in all of our classes, and I think that just shows how well-rounded we are as a team, and that we can all help each other, and that we all step up in big moments.
All right, we'll go second row left, Cliff.
All right, yeah, Cliff Brunt, Associated Press. Coach, you're aware of the agreement with the NCAA and the conferences paving the way for schools to pay athletes directly. I wonder if you have any concern at all about how that might affect softball down the road, whether money might be diverted in the sport to paying maybe football players, things like that, or if you feel like the sport is at a point where it's enough of a priority for schools that it can benefit from this.
Well, I think that's going to be an issue for each individual school. All I can say is that from Texas' point of view, I have full faith in the fact that Chris Del Conte is going to make sure softball is taken care of. so to speak. Now, I don't know what that's going to mean, where it's going to, end up. I mean, that's to be seen yet. But we're all hoping that it doesn't hurt softball, that's for sure, because we are in a growth stage along with several other women's sports that are really taking off right now, and anything that hurts it. And we're certainly afraid of that, that's for sure. We don't want that to happen, but we're hoping that each individual school sees the benefits in keeping the money flowing to softball and keeping it as a premier sport.
More questions in the room? All right, we do have one on Zoom from Jana Bardall from The Athletic. Go ahead, Jana.
From The Athletic. Can you guys hear me?
There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks so much. Just a question maybe for everybody. How does a series as competitive as the one with Texas A&M prepare you guys for this Women's College World Series? And how do you recover from it as well, just physically?
I think it was just such a learning experience, like coming in. I think that's exactly what we needed going into this week, and it's definitely going to be hard. And that series prepared us. It was a fight, like every single inning, and there was like a couple times where we had to like be tested to like the maximum limit, and we were able to pull through with the win in the series. And just, I think that's definitely prepared us for this week.
Yeah, we talked about it all weekend that that series was going to prepare us. So I think it only makes us better, and I'm glad that we were battle tested then, and that we can use that to help us going forward.
Yeah, being battle tested has really shown for us to lean against each other and trust each other, whether we make mistakes or not. And I think we fought through each inning, and it really showed us and showed everybody else that we do have grit.
Yeah, by design, we played a really tough schedule this year, and we've played in a tough conference. Obviously, 3 of our teams have made the College World Series. We've had to make big plays throughout the year, and there was no difference last weekend. We had to make some big plays, come up some big at-bats, and make some big pitches, and the ladies were able to do that, and I think that was from the adversity created or going through the whole year, and hats off to them because it's not easy, and we're able to come through on the right end of things.
All right, we have another Zoom question from Eric Lopez.
Yeah, Eric Lopez, D1 softball. For Coach, how much do you take into those 2 meetings that you played with Stanford earlier in the year, and how much are you both different now that maybe you don't use as much from those 2 meetings? How do you balance that out?
That's a good question. We don't know. That's what we're going to play. It's not played on paper at all, and whoever can handle the environment the best. There's always a test between how well you can play and how well you do play, and it's the one that's able to handle it in the moment. And that's going to yet to be seen. Obviously, we're facing one of the best pitchers in the country. We know that. We have a tough team, one of the best offensive teams in the country, and what a matchup. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Any more questions? Okay, I think that'll... Oh, actually, we have one more on Zoom from Jana Bardall again.
Yeah, thank you. I just had one follow-up for Reese. I talked to you maybe a month or so ago about hitting against Nyjah. Looking back at that game, how have you grown since then, and how has your approach to the plate evolved?
Yeah, Nyjah's just such a great pitcher, first of all. She won that award last night for a reason. She's one of the best in the country, one of the best pitchers I've ever faced. So going into this weekend, I'm just going to make sure that like the team's on track to do what we do best and get on top of her rise ball and be able to get a good pitch to hit. I think that's going to be key facing her.
Okay, I think that'll wrap things up for Texas.
Yeah, thank you.
Just doing what I'm told. Well, it's weird. Like, two of them are almost back to back, and it's like a 20-minute count, and it's back to back.
I've been lulled to sleep by good old BG.
I was going to get Alabama, but maybe they got enough.
Gotcha.
How's everybody doing? It's great to see you again. How many of you expected me to be here? Katie Wyndham right there. Sorry. Sorry to steal your thunder. Jenny, are you okay? You good? Great.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started with Alabama. A reminder to please silence all phones, electronic devices, and then when you get the mic to ask a question, to give your name and affiliation. We are joined by Alabama head coach Patrick Murphy and players Kayla Beaver and Jocelyn Brisky. We'll start with a opening statement from Coach Murphy.
Well, and then thanks, give a question. thank you so much. And thanks for being here. You know, the name of the game is fast pitch softball. Not fast run, not fast hit, not fast defense. And the reason we're here is because of these two young ladies, fast pitch. They're two pitchers. And they have done a tremendous job all year. And we always try to, we preach the defense and the pitching stays constant. If we can scratch a run, we're going to win. And they've basically done that all year. And both of them, they're brand new to the program. Miss Beaver is a grad student, a transfer from Central Arkansas, and Jocelyn is a freshman from Phoenix, Arizona. But they have done a tremendous job, and I'm so glad that they're up here with me. And you guys can get to know them. But this was it was a difficult year. And, you know, I said this to our parents at a banquet. It was the senior banquet in April. We played Tennessee that day. And before we played Tennessee, we had this senior brunch. And if you ask every parent in the world, what do you want for your kid? The number one answer is, I want them to be happy. Right? 100%. But you know what? Not everybody's happy every single day. And you go through trials and tribulations. And that was our year. We went through the stuff. And now we see the light at the end of the tunnel, and that's Oklahoma City. And we persevered. We got through it. Nobody quit. It was one of the most enjoyable teams to coach because they didn't quit. And now we're here. And we're going to relish every second because there's no bad day at the College World Series.
All right, we'll open up for questions. Okay, second row on the left here.
Katie Wyndham, Bama Central for Murph, and then for Kayla. You've talked about this being a gratifying year for you, but how gratifying is it for Kayla to come here in her last year and then get this opportunity to end her career at the Women's College World Series? And then for Kayla, for you, was that part of the reason you wanted to come to Alabama, for the opportunity to play in OKC?
Well, I said it at Tennessee in the locker room after we won that 14-inning game. Almost every kid on this roster said, I want a chance to play at the College World Series. I want a chance to play at the Women's College World Series. And we were in Super Regionals. That means you're 2 wins away. We have a chance. So now we got to take it. And she said the exact same thing to us on her visit. I want an opportunity to play at the highest level. I want to play at the College World Series. And sometimes it doesn't work, right? And we never take this for granted, because I remember the first time, and I said to my SID, John, I don't want to be a one-hit wonder. And you never know. And I'm so glad that she gets to experience this because she has been terrific, and you guys get to experience what she brings to the table.
Yeah, bouncing off of that, getting to come here, it was special, just to wear the A. I mean, that was something that I really wanted to do this entire time. And getting to play and finish my season here is, honestly, it still doesn't even seem real. I feel like I'm in a dream every second that I've been here already. And getting to, pitch beside Brisky and get to have the team that I have behind me, it's something special, and getting to do it here it's incredible.
More questions? Front row left. Jenny.
Hey, Patrick, I know you're focused on UCLA, but obviously them being in that Pac-12 tradition that is coming to an end, I'm wondering if you can just offer any perspective on just what the Pac-12 as a collective has meant to the sport and where it is today.
Shoot, everything. The first time I came here, I might have even talked to you, and I said, I want to be like Mike Candrea. That was the goal of every male coach. That was the role model, was Mike Candrea. And obviously, we all know UCLA is the gold standard. UCLA, Arizona. And it is a sad day. It really is. I think whoever made the decisions did not do them for the right reasons. There's no way in hell that Cal and Stanford should be going to Virginia Tech, Florida State, Syracuse. Are you kidding me? Those are 2 great academic institutions. And somebody made that decision? All of us in this room could have said, nah, that's not a good decision. So that's my opinion on that. But the Pac-12, that was what you played for. We want to beat the Pac-12. First time we came, we had to go to Arizona State. We had never beaten a Pac-12 school. And it was the year 2000. We got sent to Arizona State, and Hall of Fame coach Linda Wells, and it was like, oh gosh, here we go again. And then we broke through that door, and it was like the biggest thing in the world for little Alabama to go to a Pac-12 school and beat them twice on their field. That was a huge deal. So it's a sad day to see that end, because honestly, they've been great in a ton of sports. But to me, softball, synonymous with the Pac-12, up and down. Arizona State, Washington, Cal. Look how many national champions are in that league. A ton. And Stanford's here now.
All right, we'll stay on the front row left with Joe.
Patrick, on the flip side of that, do you see the SEC becoming that power if it's not already, especially with the additions of Oklahoma and Texas?
Oh, you had to bring that up, didn't you? Jeez. I don't even want to think about it, because, when the seeding came out, 1, 2, and then I think there was 8 SEC, right? So 10 of the 16 seeds were eventually going to be SEC. So it is going to be, it's going to be amazing to begin with. And again, I sat here and said, when A&M and Missouri joined, the 2 best sports at those 2 schools was softball. Missouri had been here 3 years in a row, and A&M had just played for the national championship. Not baseball, not basketball, not football. The best sport at those 2 schools was softball, and they both come in at the same time. I could make the case for softball, the same thing with OU and Texas. They're both here. They're 1 and 2. No other sports at their schools are 1 and 2. I think it's going to be tremendous. We already sell out. When OU comes to us, and they're coming to us next year, everybody can come. You're all invited. It's in the middle of April, and it is going to be a premium game, just like when LSU comes to play football at Alabama or Auburn or OU or Texas. It'll be a premium game, and it'll be a big deal, because it should be.
Mike White said in the last couple of days that this is a huge advantage for the World Series to be here for Oklahoma, and would like to see it be rotated as far as the site goes. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
There's not a comparable space. We don't have, Dodger Stadium and Wrigley Field and Fenway Park. We have this place. And I don't see anybody else, gonna pony up now probably 60 million, 70 million to build a facility like this, a press room like this, locker rooms like we have, the fields behind where we practiced, the locker rooms. You're not going to do it overnight. It's going to take at least 3 or 4 years, right? I don't know. I feel like this is becoming Omaha. Creighton was good in baseball. Nebraska's really good this year in baseball. If they go to the World Series, it adds another spice to the tournament. And I think we're like, deal with it. Norman's, 29 miles away? 29 minutes?
All right, we'll go third row left.
Morgan Uber with the SEC Network. A question for Jocelyn and Kayla. For you guys, to come off the Super Regional against Tennessee, a familiar foe, after going through just the gauntlet of what the SEC is all season long, how does that competition prepare you for this stage that you'll have ahead of you this week?
I think it prepares us for everything. Tennessee was selected to be a national championship team, and they were a contender for it, and they were an amazing competition. And the SEC, like Murph said, it's crazy. The competition is insane, and I think that we're more prepared than we could have been. And, getting to play somebody familiar, I think it made it way more fun. And, we did what we did, and now we're here to do it some more.
And also, along with what happened at Super Regionals, the 14-inning game, we've done it all, we've seen it all. We had 2 of those this year, and I just think this team is very well prepared for what's to come, and anything can happen, and we all believe in ourselves too, so I'm really excited.
And can I add to that? We're the 9th place team in the SEC, and we're at the World Series.
All right, we'll go front row, right.
Tara Henry, Softball America. This is for Kayla and Jocelyn. Can you describe to us what it was like for the two of you to step on that field for the first time? Obviously something you probably have dreamt about since you were a young softballer. Murph, this is not for you. You've been here a few times. But for you, Kayla and Jocelyn, can you describe to us what that was like?
It was so cool. Just walking across. We've obviously played at Rhodes, and we play in the SEC. You go to pretty hostile environments there, and Rhodes is a hostile environment itself, but it doesn't compare to this. But I'm just really excited to just soak it all in, and the adrenaline and everything, taking the mountain and stuff. I'm really excited for it.
Yeah, for me, the past 4 years, I was watching it from home, and getting to be a part of it, again, it doesn't feel real. It feels like it still hasn't even hit me yet. And I don't know, the adrenaline, the environment, it's something so crazy to be a part of. And I'm just truly blessed that I get to be a part of it with this team. There's nobody else I would rather do it with. And I don't know, just going back to everything that we've done this year, I'm so proud that we're here and get to play in this environment. And again, being here is it's absolutely incredible.
Murph, do you want to add or?
No.
Okay. Murph, for you, can you talk a little bit about the second half of the season, just utilizing a little bit more of small ball and how you seem to utilize that and use it to your advantage?
Yeah, I think all of the assistants had to kind of kick me in the butt and say, we need to do something, okay? Whatever we're doing is not working. And so we really started working on hit and run, slap and run, bunt and run, delayed steal, all of it. And a little bit at a time. And I think the second game against Southeastern in regionals, where it's 1-1 in the ninth and we get a pinch hit home run for 2 runs, and then we pile on 3 more, I think that kind of started everybody took a deep breath and we can do this. And then the next day we scored 9 runs in the bottom of the first and had 10 hits in 1 inning. And it just kind of everybody took a deep breath. And then we kind of, and obviously Tennessee has the best pitching staff probably in the country. And you're not going to score 9 runs. But I think we put the ball in play well. We didn't strike out a lot, made them make plays, and that was the key. Because you put the ball in play, good things are going to happen.
All right, we got second row on the left, Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff Brown, Associated Press. I asked the other coaches this. I'll ask you. You're aware of the agreement with the NCAA and the conferences paving the way for schools to pay athletes directly. Softball's obviously grown. This development obviously could affect it. A big picture in the sport, do you worry that this change could divert funds from softball towards like paying football or basketball players? Or do you believe there's enough momentum in the sport and there's enough of a priority that it could be beneficial?
Well, a couple of years ago, they did a story in the Tuscaloosa News, and the third highest revenue producer in Alabama was softball. It was football, then men's basketball, and softball, and we were all proud of that. You know, we've charged tickets from day one because we think it's a sport that, you know, you need to pay to watch it. And our fans have showed up like crazy. You know, we've led the nation in tennis for like 17 straight years. I really don't think so. And I think my boss, Greg Byrne, is great at what he does, and he is going to figure it out along with a lot of other really good ADs and make this work. You know, we had the banquet last night, and I talked to a couple of the other ADs. They almost said the same exact thing that Greg has been telling the head coaches at Alabama. Just we're gonna figure this out. It's the new normal, and we've said that for how many years in a row now. You guys are probably sick of that, but it's true. NIL, portal, and now House versus NCAA. And there's a lot of smart people, a lot smarter than me, that make those decisions, and hopefully they'll get us on the right path.
All right, we'll go front row left. Jenny?
Patrick, just to piggyback on Tara's question about small ball, you don't see as much slapping in college softball anymore. I'm wondering what the challenge is when I can't imagine there are as many recruits that are slappers. Like, how do you develop that at a time when it's just not as prevalent as it used to be?
I know. And, the first time we went to the NCAA tournament, we were shut out 1-0, 7-0. And I was recruiting in the summer, and I saw Mike Andrea, and he was like, "Hey, how'd it go? How'd it go?" And I said, "Well, we got shut out twice." And he says, in big-time softball, the pitching dominates. And every now and then, all you need is to put a ball on the ground, and something good might happen. And, at the time, they had probably 4 or 5 slappers. And so the next year, I had 3 lefties in the lineup. We come to the World Series and win 66 games. So I think there's a balance between the two. And obviously our leadoff had a great super regional. She had a great regional. She's the fastest kid on the team. And I still believe, when we had Alexis Mack, Kayla Breaux, Brittany Rogers, Jennifer Fenton, in the game of softball, if you can put a bunt where you want it, nobody throws you out. You could tell everybody in the crowd, "I'm bunting," and you're still safe. I've seen it. Alexis Mack could do it every single time. So but you have to be fast. The defense is so much better. Yes, athletes all over the place, great athletes everywhere. But I still think that at Tennessee, we put the ball in play, and they have really, really good pitching. So I think there is a spot for it still. Got to have really good bat control.
All right, this is our last question, second row on the left.
Kayla, you said you've been watching from home the last 4 years, but for both of you as pitchers, I have to ask if you're watching the last time Alabama and UCLA played in the World Series, Montana threw the perfect game, and just what you remember from watching that from maybe a pitcher standpoint.
Oh, yeah, I do remember watching that. I was sitting on my couch, and I was like, holy crap, she really just did that. And anybody, and I think Jocelyn can vouch, everybody wants that moment. Everybody wants to do that. And, coming in, that's a lot of shoes to fill. She's incredible. And I knew that coming into it. And it was one of those things that I could let it, run all over me and take over and, try so much to be like her. And, she's somebody that I look up to. She is. And I just knew that coming in, I had to be me. Because if I tried to be somebody that I wasn't, then I wasn't going to be successful. And I think, working alongside people like Jocelyn and Jayla and Alex and Ailey and Lauren, this entire bullpen staff it's something special. We all have something different, and getting to come in and work with them has made me so much better. And so, like I said, going back to that, it's incredible, and I would love to do that. I would. I'm not going to lie. And so we're just going to, take it one pitch at a time and see what we can do.
And this whole year, we've kind of relied on using the staff a lot. We talked about it before, like all of us are so different from each other, and a lot of us complement each other very well, and whoever's turn it is to get the job done, we're going to root for them, and if it's our turn, then we're going to take advantage of our opportunity. But it's just really going to be trying not to let the moment get too big and just have that person's back, whoever's out there on the mound.
Right, that'll wrap things up for Alabama. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
and to give your name and affiliation whenever you ask a question. We're joined by Stanford head coach Jessica Allister and players Ali Kanashiro and Nigel Kennedy. We'll start with an opening statement from Coach Allister, if you don't mind.
Yeah, just really thrilled to be here. What an amazing event put on by NCAA softball and Oklahoma City. And it was an absolute privilege to compete in this tournament last year, and we are so happy to be back. So ready to get going and excited for a great weekend of softball, great week of softball.
All right, we'll open up for questions. Okay, we'll go second row on the right, Myron.
Yeah, Myron Patton, OKC Sports Radio. This is the coach and the players. How did last year help you? I mean, you guys were on the scene last year, some really competitive softball. How did that help you going to this year's tournament?
Yeah, I think a couple things. I think just understanding that once you get here, the margins are so slim, and understanding that it's anybody can win on any given day, and having the confidence that we are capable and we are prepared and we are ready. So I think the familiarity is a big deal, and just knowing what to expect, even just starting yesterday when we got in. But the biggest thing is understanding how small the margins are. And come out here and play your best ball and see what happens.
Kind of what Coach was touching on, but just being here again and already having that experience is incredible. But it's so nice to just give our freshmen the same experience and just allowing them to kind of play here too, because this is the greatest show on dirt. So it's just really good to be back.
Do you want to add anything, Allie?
I think they both nailed it on the head. But I think going off of that, for sure, it just establishes that notion of that we are fully deserving and capable of being here. And I think that while we do have a different team than last year, and last year was very deserving, I think it's great for the freshmen and the newcomers and the returners from last year to know that we brought ourselves back here because we are fully capable and because we've earned it and put in a lot of work to get here twice in a row.
All right, we'll get second round to the left. Cliff, go ahead.
Cliff Brown, Associated Press. Nigeri, if you could just comment, I know you're focused on team, but right now you are the USA Collegiate Softball Player of the Year. Just wanted to know if you could put that in perspective.
Yeah, it's incredible, and honestly, it's a dream come true. Like to be here, to play in Oklahoma City, and then to get that honor. It's everything almost everything I could have dreamt of. Next thing is the national championship, but it was everything.
All right, we'll go front row left, Joe.
Nisha, I read that you took an unofficial visit to Oklahoma State when you were being recruited. What do you sort of remember from that visit, and how did they sort of factor it all into your recruitment?
Yeah, I just remember everyone being really nice, and the coaching staff there is incredible, and just building a relationship with them was really good. But I'm really happy of where I'm at.
And then couple for Coach. Is this bittersweet in a way for you guys, knowing that the Pac-12 for so long has been historically dominant in softball, and now you guys are here at UCLA, that this is now coming to an end?
Yeah, it is sad. Pac-12 softball is the best conference in the country, and seeing that come to an end is sad. That being said, I think the only thing certain in college athletics right now is things change. And you got to be comfortable in that change and find the good in that change. And, we're excited to be members of the ACC. We're excited to build new rivalries. We're excited to compete against phenomenal academic institutions that have, broad-based excellence in their sports programming. So sad ending of a chapter, sure. But we're not going to spend much time on that. And we're going to, be excited about the things that are ahead and look forward to, building those experiences, against other teams.
And then unrelated, but Mike White a couple of days ago said that it's a huge advantage for Oklahoma to always have the World Series here, and proposed maybe rotating sites. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Oh man, I don't know. I think there's not going to be any such thing as equal and fair no matter where you're at. That's just not the way that the world works. And I think what we've built here in Oklahoma City for the sport of softball is really, really, really special. So do I think there's some advantages built in there? I do. Do I think that they outweigh what this event does for the sport? That's a hard jump for me to make. So I'm really happy with everything that Oklahoma City has done for the sport and the stage that they've built for us to compete.
Stay front row left, Jenny.
Yeah, Jenny Carlson, JennyCarlsonSubstack.com. Nigel, could you just kind of talk us through, people obviously saw you on this stage a year ago this week. Can you talk us through what you sort of built on, you're similar at, maybe what you've changed, how you've improved, just how you are now compared to where you were a year ago? And then Allie and Coach, I was wondering if you could just kind of, your perspective on where NYJA is a year after the Women's College World Series last year.
Yeah, so actually that was one thing I was honestly really concerned about just coming to my sophomore year, and I had a lot of conversations with Coach Nyberg just on how to grow and how to improve, and together we just came up with a list of things that we can improve on in the fall. So we just worked a lot on just location and just putting each pitch where we wanted and throwing each pitch off the last, just a lot in the fall. And then we did a lot of like inner squats and things like that in the fall to just prepare. But honestly, just so much credit to Coach Nyberg for just helping me grow and develop.
Yeah, I think just going off of that, I think when we were here last year, I think NYJA appeared as if she had been here a million times, and she just went right at people, and you would have thought she was a senior playing here for a fourth year in a row. So I was absolutely blown away by her, but nonetheless, I think she absolutely put in a ton of work in the off season and fall, winter, and this entire season, and just has continued to get better. Her toughness, her competitiveness is never a question, but even with the pitch locations, the lanes, the spin, everything, it's just it's so fun to watch her continue to grow, and I'm excited to see where she does this year, for sure.
I would say the biggest piece is just managing the expectations that come with a freshman year like NYJA put together last year. And I think that's the space where I've been so impressed. You know, when people are celebrating foul balls and celebrating hits, the way they celebrate them, that can start to feel heavy. And I think the way that NYJA has managed that this year has just been not surprising because we're around her every day, but impressive. And, when we play teams, they prepare for her all week. And just not allowing those pressures and expectations to mount too much and managing those and just staying in the process and doing the best she can. And I think a lot of that happens. And NYJA's a phenomenal teammate. And last night she wins the award for Player of the Year, and you should have seen her teammates behind her. I think they were maybe more nervous than she was because they wanted her to win it so badly, and they care so deeply about her. And I think that's been a big piece of it. But just the way she's handled herself this year has been really, really fun to watch.
More questions? Second row right.
Jacob Richmond, Lone Star Live for coach and players. How much and what do you take away from your two prior meetings with Texas and try and bring into this first matchup?
Yeah, obviously it's the third game that we'll face them this year, and we've seen all their pitching. They've seen all of our pitching. You know, we've faced hitters a fair amount of time. We're all going to do our homework, watch all of our film. So there's some definite familiarity there for both teams. I would also say we're at a point in our sport where there's so much film that whether you've played somebody or haven't played somebody, you're going to have a really, really, really good scout on them going in. So I think there's definitely something to be said for that. And they're obviously a great team and just excited to get back out there and get back to work.
Players, anything?
Yeah, I think just going off of that, we've seen them twice, and they are a great team, and we respect them a lot. So just going up there with all the preparation that Coach Allister said, trusting our preparation on the field and off the field, just knowing that, we can beat anybody, and having that mentality when we go in for sure is going to be the key, I think, coming this Thursday.
More questions? Okay, we do have one on Zoom from Marissa and Gummy.
Hi there, Marissa and Jemmy from San Francisco Chronicle. For Jess and Ellie, I wanted to ask you both about just the development of Nija's change up this year and how you've seen, I mean, you guys kind of just addressed her progress from last year to this year as well, but how have you seen that pitch specifically? We saw that pitch a few times against LSU, really throw batters off balance. Like, how has that pitch kind of just improved her arsenal so much?
It's been important. Change of speeds is really important. And when you have the capability to throw with this speed and movement that Nija does, your batters are going to they're going to begin to cheat and try to get going a little bit sooner and hope that they're guessing in the right location. And being able to pull the string and keep them honest has been really important. I guess I'd add in Nija's ability to really get a sense for when that's happening and when to use it has been a really big piece of her development this far. So it's a great pitch and it's an important pitch.
Yeah, I agree. I think it has helped us incredibly, and I also thought it was amazing last year, and it's just gotten so much better even this year. So being able to trust that that pitch is going to be incredible and do what it needs to do, I'm sure is great for Nija, and it's also great for me and the whole team. So I think it is just as helpful as every other pitch that could ever exist in the world, if not more. So I'm really happy with Nija's growth, and I think that it just shows how much work she's put in this offseason too, for sure.
Any more questions? We actually have one more on Zoom from Eric Lopez.
Eric Lopez, D1 softball for Coach. Describe the growth and the journey of getting here this year through the ups and downs, getting pushed in the regionals to a Game 7, LSU pushing it to a Game 3. Describe the journey and the growth of this group to get here.
Yeah, it was great. And I think it's really prepared us. I think there can be different paths. I think, last year, everything, we were talking about it actually as a team, was almost, I'm not going to say easy because it's never easy to get to Oklahoma City, but it was smooth. And this year it was not smooth. But I think that's a good thing. I think playing in those situations is really important. I think feeling those nerves of not one but two elimination games will serve us moving forward. And I think you find out a little bit about yourself in those moments. You find out a little bit about your teammates, and you grow close, and then you draw from those things as the postseason progresses. So it definitely wasn't easy, but I think it's a good thing moving in, and we're going to have a lot of confidence to draw from that journey this week.
Any more questions? All right, that'll wrap things
Great.
up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Stanford. Yeah, it's something like that. All right, we'll go ahead and get started with Oklahoma. Please remember to silence all cell phones and electronic devices and to give your name and affiliation before asking a question. We're joined by Oklahoma head coach Patty Gasso and players Kinsey Hansen, Kelly Maxwell, and Melissa Brito. We'll start with an opening statement from Coach Gasso, if you don't mind.
We're blessed to be here, as always. It's not easy to get here. A great field of teams, and congratulate all who made it. We're excited to get started.
Questions? Start. And reminder, no cell phone video during this as well, guys. Sorry.
Mason Young from the Tulsa World. Patty, just your recollection of what it was like facing Duke last time early in the season. What do you think that matchup has waiting for you this week?
Well, it's a very exciting game. It was one of our first games of the season. And so both teams, I know, have gotten not much better. So I think they would see us look different. I think we're going to see them look a little bit different. But it was fun. It made us better. That game made us better. They were very good on all sides, offense, pitching, defense. So I expect more of the same.
All right, we'll stay front row here with Jesse.
Jesse Brennan, OU Insider. Kinsey, just as one of the co-captains for this team, just what stood out to you about the journey to make it back here, not only for yourself, but what did you maybe learn about this team? And Patty, for you, you've talked a lot about this group of seniors. Just what does it mean to be back here? And maybe what did you've been through a lot of runs with them. What did you maybe learn about this team as well?
Absolutely. I think that this year we definitely saw us go through a little bit more adversity than normal on the playing field, which now we can look back and say that it was pretty fun because going through that made us all the more better. And I think that's something that's so special about this team is just the love that we have for each other. You know, you look around, you have 10 seniors that are world-class athletes, you know, on this team, and being able to celebrate one another and being able to be here for a fourth year in a row and just celebrate one another in this beautiful stadium, and just the special, you see the freshmen kind of following in the lead of not only the seniors, but just the standard of excellence at Oklahoma that we've been able to see throughout this entire decade. And Coach Gasso's done a great job of leading by example. You know, the culture that we've set, the love that we have for one another, it's really special. And I think that that's what has come to fruition throughout the adversity that we faced.
This team, this group of seniors are extremely special to this program. They'll go down in history, not just at OU, but I personally would say across the country as one of the best classes softball has ever seen. And proud of that, and proud of their work ethic. It would be easy to say we've had enough. This is hard and we've had enough. But they're elite athletes, and whether they want to or not, they grind, they work hard, and their best is always on the biggest platform. So what I've been lucky to have as a coach, and a lot of coaches will tell you, oh, if I could just have that graduating class back one more year and have the perfect storm hit when they came to Norman, and it never left. So it's been really a fun, but very prideful time for me to just watch them grow, not just as great athletes, but into women.
Go front row right to Ryan.
Ryan Aber from the Oklahoma. Patty, for you and for the players, just sort of building off that, what was the toughest time, the toughest moment of this season, and what's sort of been the key to turning the page and coming out on the other side of that so far?
The toughest time of the season for me is the fall because they just want to play. They want to play against someone else. But when we got into probably a little bit through conference, but there have been different times where we went on that win streak, and I mean, there have been highs and there's been lows, but they've handled the lows like women. And they've sat in a room together and they really work things out, whereas maybe other programs would say just leave it alone, let it go. We know that doesn't work. Our culture is very important to us. I mean, they may not all be best friends, but when they're on the field, they are sisters. You feel that connection, you feel that energy, and we wouldn't be here without that.
Yeah, for me, I feel like OSU series was kind of a turning point that Sunday that we've really just carried into the postseason. I know that was a grind, and just having Kelly's back and other things like that, but also, I don't know, I think that day specifically we focused on celebrating one another, and from then on, that's what we've treated this entire rest of the season, and this chapter of what we're writing here is just celebrating the moments that we have. For some of us, like the three here, like this is our last, and for us, it's just cherishing these moments that we get to play on the field together, and then also just making that impact, that lasting impact, not only for the program but on our team, and leaving our sisters better than we found them. And I think that's kind of what we felt from that series and that Sunday, that senior day that we really had. It was special because it kind of flipped that mindset of not pressing or being something we're not, and just being who we are and celebrating and having fun in these moments.
I mean, I would agree. I mean, I think there's been a lot of learning moments throughout the season, not just one particular area that was kind of tough. I mean, a season is tough for a reason, and it's just, like Alyssa said, just being able to celebrate this week and these seniors and leaving it all out on the field.
Yeah, for sure. I would say that one of the most difficult parts of this season was living at number one. And I think that that's something that we've had to realize this year is obviously, I mean, we weren't at the end. But like Coach Gasso said, you know, it's difficult. We've been, the past 3 years, it's been a blessing, but living up there, it's really hard to get there, but living up there, I'd say, is even harder. So definitely being able to take a step back and kind of just realize who we are as a team and the identity that we wanted to be on our own, that we don't have to listen to what anybody else has to say about us except for us. And I think that being able to realize that, like, that just relates to what Alyssa Brito said about that weekend against OSU. So just being able to maintain our identity and love one another and be who we are has allowed us to really blossom.
All right, we go front row left, Barry.
Yeah, Barry Trammell, Tulsa World. Patty and Kinsey, you guys have been here a lot. OSU and Texas have been here a lot. Your arch rivals. But they've two different circumstances this year. One, they've had some success against you that they really haven't had in the past. And two, the immediate future, very soon, you and Texas will be hitting the trail, OSU leading behind. How does that factor in if you guys run into them, and just the fact they've had success and all the drama around it?
Honestly, we don't get caught up in the drama. We get caught up in the moment more than anything. And if it takes us going through one of them, we're going to be ready to do that. So we don't get caught up in what happened before. It's really the now. We don't talk about the SEC. It's really the now, everything that we're doing here. This team, these athletes know the Big 12. That's what it's been. That's how it's going to finish. So I don't know. I don't think we look at them any differently. They're just somebody that is in our way that we got to go through.
All right, we'll go front row right to Ryan.
Ryan Chapman, Coach, as the sport's grown, we've seen rise of replay, the extended format at the World Series. As you continue to push the sport forward, what do you kind of see as next? The next thing needs to be addressed, or a couple of things that continue for the sport to grow with the audience that grows?
If you ask for a review and you win it, you get your review back. Thank you very much. That's all I got.
We'll go to second row on the left, Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff Brown, Associated Press. Patty, you just mentioned history. You know, you talked about your senior class and how it could be arguably the greatest of all time. You win 4 straight. Nobody's done that. I don't think there's any argument if you do that. But everybody wanted to jump ahead at the beginning of the season. You'd run 3 in a row. Everybody wants to talk about 4. You had a process to get to where you are now. You had to go through a tough season, and you had to go through Florida State, a team that's been there before. What does it mean to you to be in position to I guess, leave no doubt about this senior class?
It's a good question, but I just got to tell you that we're not here to prove anybody anything. We're going to do the best we can to win it as a team and not to prove to the world there's no doubt we are the best. We got to earn this. And to get here is difficult. It is difficult. So once we're here is where teams have to play their best softball. You got to go through some great teams to get what you want. So regardless, no matter what, I will still stand behind the statement that this is the best senior class that has ever been in softball.
All right, we'll go front row left to Ryan. Joe, sorry.
Joe Masato, the Oklahoman. Patty, the Pac-12 for so long has been the softball power. For it to now collapse and those historic programs going elsewhere, I just wanted to get your thoughts on kind of how that changes the sport.
Yeah, I've been around with the Pac-12 and watch some great softball as well. I was a junior college coach watching these teams beat each other up with other West Coast teams that are in it all the time. Some of the greatest softball players of all time have played at UCLA, Arizona, and some other West Coast teams. It's hard to, I hope the history doesn't go away, because that's where this started. It started on the West Coast, and then it lended itself over to Texas A&M and Fresno State and different teams across the country. Then it came to Oklahoma and then to Michigan, and you saw it starting to spread itself. But it wouldn't have happened without elite teams on the West Coast. And I remember Candrea in Arizona just beating the crud out of us. I think my first year we played them 8 times. The coach that didn't get the job lined up that purposely. So we got our tails kicked, but I sat there and I watched and said, how are we going to get athletes that look like them? So one of the best things that happened to me was getting my rear end kicked by the Pac-12 to learn what elite softball looks like. So I appreciate them for helping me understand what it looks like. And they're still doing it. They're still doing it. But it's hard. I'm not even part of the Pac-12, but I am part of the love of the sport and the history of it. That's really going to kind of leaves a hole. But I'm going to keep trying to teach our program about it.
As a follow-up to that, I know the power has shifted, you guys playing a big part in that, but now with you and Texas going to the SEC, do you almost see the SEC taking up that mantle as the preeminent softball conference?
There's so much talent across the country. I mean, everybody talks about the SEC being so loaded, but when you look at who's here, you can see that there's parity across. So I think the SEC is going to continue to be great, but then I also see the Big Ten's going to go to another level and so forth. So I think softball is in great hands right now.
All right, we'll go front row right to Ryan.
Kelly, Patty talked on Thursday after the first Florida State game about how important it was for you to stick in there and keep fighting through. You've been excellent in postseasons past. As a senior, how do you still take those experiences, learn from it, and propel into what you want to do this week?
I mean, I think you can't dwell on it too much. I think just being in this moment, using my experience, being here before, just really relying on my team to have my back defensively, the pitching staff. We're all going to maximize our roles, and then the offense, of course. So just being able to rely on each other in this moment and just know that we're here for a reason and we're going to be present.
Did you learn anything different about yourself, though, on Thursday to have season-high walks, but it wasn't like a bunch of runs, bunch of traffic, still able to fight through that and get the results you needed?
I mean, yeah, I think it was good for me to kind of go through that. You don't want to be comfortable all the time, and it's good. You learn your best from whenever you're uncomfortable. So being in that situation, I think I've learned a lot, and I've worked hard this week on just getting back.
All right, we'll go front row left to Jenny.
I feel like this might be an eye roll question, but Mike White said earlier this week that he felt like a rotation for the Women's College World Series might be something that the sport should look into. What's your feeling just about that possibly happening? And obviously you get a lot of Sooner fans in the house when it's here in Oklahoma City. Just the advantages, if any, you feel like having the event here.
Well, it's no doubt that Sooner fans come out, but if you have it in Omaha, Nebraska fans are going to come out. Where are you going to take it? Who's got a 15,000 plus stadium to have it? So, I mean, there's nothing we can do. It's not our fault. It's no one's fault, except it's the people of Oklahoma City that put in the money to make this happen. So it's a celebration of that. You can look at it any way you want, but someone's going to have to put up big bucks to try to get it somewhere else. But I know this is a long-term contract as well. So, everybody has their opinions, but as long as it's here, we're going to take advantage of it, just like anybody else would.
Right, we'll go second row on the right to Myron.
Myron Patton, OKC Sports Radio. Patty, and maybe Kenzie, you jump on this too. You guys have had great teams, obviously, win these things. Great hitting, you come through losers bracket, good pitching. But is there a common thread that you can look at and say, to win this week, that you can look at and say that your teams had to get this done?
Well, you want to really play well right out of the gate. It's important to try to get that first game, but we have been in a position where we've lost our first game and came through the losers bracket all the way through to meet Florida State, who did the same a few years ago. So we know what is important. It's to win early, but you got to play well. So obviously it's getting the breaks. Sometimes it's you're earning things, sometimes you're getting breaks. So we're just got to take everything we can from it, learn from it. We got to make quick adjustments at the plate. Pitching has got to be good enough for us to make plays on the field, keep the ball in the park, minimize free bases, and we can have a lot of success. But we got to have at least 2 parts of our game working really, really well. If we get 3, we're going to be a very, very hard team to beat.
Absolutely. I would say that the common thread between all the years that we've been here would say that the mental toughness and the mental work ethic. You know, you can be the best athlete physically on the field in the game of college softball, but if you don't have it upstairs, then you're going to crumble at the World Series. I think this is the best arena for college softball. Like Coach said, this stadium, this 15,000 people, you know, this is, we're going to war out there in between those lines every single day. So that's something that I would say that we work on every single year. Coach described the fall. You know, the fall at the University of Oklahoma on that Marita Hines field is pretty grueling. But when we step on this field here in OKC, that's when it 100% pays off. So I would say that that would be the common theme every single year for sure.
Okay, we have time for 2 more, Cliff and then Barry.
Cliff Brown, Associated Press. Coach, as you're aware, the agreement involving the NCAA and the conferences last week paves the way for schools to pay athletes directly. Softball has obviously been in a period of growth. This development could certainly affect it. Big picture in the sport, do you worry that this change could divert funds from softball to things like paying football players, or do you believe that there's enough momentum in the sport and that it's enough of a priority at this point that this could be beneficial?
I feel really good about where our sport is. I feel very good about the momentum of our sport through viewership, through attendance, and so forth. I just don't know enough about what's going on right now, but I got to trust it's in the hands of those who are going to make good decisions for our student athletes and for athletics in general.
All right, Barry's our last
just
one.
to follow up for Alyssa and Kinsey on my OSU Texas, any different dynamic with these two teams you play all the time, and is how different it is this year because of those 2 factors?
No, I think it's, at the end of the day, it's a rivalry, but it's also just a game. And I think for us, the main thing that we've really just latched onto is not focusing on outcomes, and you guys have heard that come from this team a lot, but I think we're playing for 22, which you guys have maybe heard us talking about, but we play for the 21 right here, and we have another member of our team, and that's Jesus, and I think that's our main purpose here. It's not really reading into who's on the other side of it, but it's just focusing on the fact that that's who we're glorifying. So we don't make any game, any story, rivalry too big, because I think that's not our purpose and why we play this game that we love. It's to glorify the Lord and have fun while we do it, and we're partnering with God while we do it. So it's not for a win or an outcome, but it's for the joy and the freedom that you get to play and have fun and experience these moments with Jesus on your side, not for a trophy or anything like that, again, but just to experience the joy that he really provides to us. So that's what I'll say about that rivalry.
Yeah, 100%. I totally agree with everything Brito said. I will say that, you know, they've been chasing us for a long, long time, and it's been pretty interesting. You know, I've been here for 5 years now, and the rivalry, whether Kelly was on the mound or, you know, whoever, they're really good teams. They have some aggressive players. I have a lot of respect for a lot of the athletes on both teams, you know, as we've been playing them for so long. You know, we kind of make friends with them off the field. You see them, like, at the banquet and stuff. You say hi. Like, I think that's really cool, but once you step on the field, like I said, it becomes like a war for the Lord and for what we're chasing after. So I think that both teams have had a lot of success this year. We've had a lot of success, so I'm really excited for the Big 12. For this is the last year that two of us are here as well. Us, Texas, and OSU are here, but like we mentioned earlier, we'll be leaving for the SEC. So I'm excited to have some Big 12 success here at the World Series, and hopefully we get to step on that field with them coming this week.
Right, that wraps it up for Oklahoma. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. A couple reminders. Please silence all phones and electronic devices. There are no recordings of this, cell phone recordings, Robert, during this. And please give your name and affiliation before you ask a question. We were joined by Florida head coach Tim Walton and players Skylar Wallace and Kendra Falby. Coach Walton, if you don't mind giving us an opening statement to start, we'll go from there to questions.
Okay, good. Thanks for having us here and being here as well. Just appreciate, obviously the state of Oklahoma, University of Oklahoma, All Sports Association, ASA Hall of Fame, USA Softball. Privilege and an honor to be here. Really excited with this team. We've got a fun bunch of athletes. I always get lost, but I think 11 of them are doing this for the first time with us. 10 first time here at the College World Series. 11 new players, some veterans here. This is kind of our motor here to my right. As they go, we go. But just really, like I said, honored to be here, and looking forward to a great stay.
All right, open up the questions. Anybody? All right, second row on the left here, Scott.
Yeah, Tim, Scott Wright with the Oklahoman. Obviously, the obvious question is you going against Kenny again, and I wonder if you could talk about what it's like going against someone that you're so close with, and also if you could give us a little bit of the backstory about how the February game came together, which was obviously unique.
Yeah, obviously, Kenny and I have a great friendship. His family, his mom, his dad, I know them all for a long time. So we've been friends since I was 17 years old. Played ball together in California, and then we came to Oklahoma, won a championship together. My wife and I lived with him when I got the job at Oklahoma as assistant coach. It was a short term. We got the job at an odd time of the year in late January. We've got a great friend. Obviously we have a great amount of respect for each other. He's like a brother to me. The way we kid each other. I sent him a picture yesterday morning, told him good morning, and it was a picture of our old coach in a Gator hat. So, it's just the little things that we do. But he's amazing. He's obviously done a great job. He's wore so many different hats in this state, and what he's meant to championship culture at the University of Oklahoma, and now obviously at Oklahoma State. And I told Coach Holder when he hired him, I said, you'd be lucky to have him. And, sure enough, he's done a great job with that program and revitalizing it back to championship level success. So tremendous amount of respect. The game came about. He texted me on a Sunday morning around 11 and said, hey, we got rained out. I said, we did too. What do you think about playing? I said, let me see what we can do. Long story short, we ended up getting a top 20 matchup, in less than 24 hours. ESPN Plus covered it, SEC Network. About 1,800 fans, I believe, and then our support staff and work staff to get it right. They won on a 2-strike, 2-out home run. Both pitchers pitched well, Keegan and Lexi. Both offenses weren't that great, but we were 2 days off. I think both of us the same, but it was good. It was a great game. It was something we actually needed, to be honest with you.
All right, we're good. Second row on the right to Joe.
Tim, you and Kenny were obviously both teammates with Ryan Miner. I just wondered if you could share any kind of stories on him, given his passing a few months ago.
Yeah, well, obviously, Ryan's a legend to this state, for a high school legend, a college legend, even obviously a Major League Baseball legend, replacing Cal Ripken at third base. So Ryan was a great friend, a great teammate. He and his brother Damon, their mom, their dad Dale. They just were. When I came on my recruiting trip, they were amazing. His dad and I actually traded hats, to be honest with you, on my recruiting trip. It was kind of a cool thing. I don't know why I was wearing a Long Beach hat, and he gave me a Sooners hat, and we traded, and it worked out great. So, great people. Ryan's was a tremendous athlete. I'll say he is. He's one of the best athletes I've ever seen. One of the coolest things ever is when took our baseball program, and I'll remember the Monday night madness against Kansas and beating number 1 Kansas and storming the floor, and just what he meant to our athletic department, and bringing a couple programs together, but more importantly, there's the culture of that athletic department at Oklahoma at the time as a player. But great athlete, great friend, great person. Miss him, but I know obviously he's in a better place now, just with the circumstances of his health down the road.
All right, front row on the left here to Jenny.
Hey Kendra, well, I actually wondered if both you players can talk a little bit about this, but being from Florida, Lexi Kilfoyle being from Florida, did you know her in high school at all? Play against her? I'm guessing by the smile. I'm asking a dumb question, but that I wanted to ask, but also to both of you, just the challenge of hitting her. You obviously saw her early; she's continued to pitch really well. What are the challenges as you think about that matchup?
Yeah, so Lexi's mom's actually my sister's godmother, so we go way back. But I mean, she's a really good pitcher. I've faced her since since the days that I started playing softball. So obviously, kudos to her. But we're excited to take her on tomorrow night.
Yeah, going off Kendra, she mixes speeds well. She hits the zone well. She attacks her batters. I think you just have to be really good about staying with your approach with her and finding good pitches to hit. Every pitcher is going to have a mistake at some point, so we just got to capitalize on those mistakes, but we're excited to get after it tomorrow.
More questions? Okay, we'll go second round left.
For Tyler Waltrip, Tulsa World. For Tim, does Lexi remind you of anyone specifically, just when you watch her?
I've seen her pitch since she was, I won't say little. She's always been just a monster of a pitcher in the circle. She's been good, and her dad. I got to see her brother pitch too. My son played ball against him, so I've seen known the family for a long time too, like Kendra. I don't really have somebody that I can say, oh, she reminds me of this. Maybe a Kira girl from UCLA back in the day, similar to heavy drop ball, multiple speeds, doesn't give up a lot of hits. But it's really hard to compare her. Her style is unique even her pitches. Like she throws she has what we would call like a backdoor screwball, which is just not something a lot of people can throw. Her hand size and things like that. But she's a good competitor, good pitcher.
Second row on the left here to Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff Brunt, Associated Press. Coach Walton, as you're aware, the agreement involving the NCAA and the conferences last week paves the way for schools to pay athletes directly. We've seen the growth in softball over the last several years, but this development could certainly affect that. Big picture in the sport, do you worry that this change could divert funds from softball to, say, paying football players or something like that? Or do you believe that there's enough momentum in the sport and it's enough of a priority that this could be beneficial?
Yeah, I mean, I think number one, I'm not skilled to answer that on that many levels. I think the beauty of being a college softball coach and being a coach and a mentor to my young people, I hope it benefits them. My greatest fear, for a long time has just been, at what point in time is our model sustainable for all sports, all coaches, all programs across the country? So that's my biggest concern. I do believe we're heading down a path that's going to be probably a lot more equivalent for males and female athletes alike. But how many of them? I think that's the biggest question that I would have.
SEC Network. This is a question for the players, Kendra and Skylar. For you guys, just going through the SEC gauntlet and that schedule that you have all season long, how does it prepare you for this stage? And at what point this season did you see the qualities of this team really come together that you had the belief that you would be sitting right here, right now?
I mean, I had the belief back in August, September when we first started coming together as a team. We've been climbing this hill for a while now, so I knew we had the grit, the talent, the competitiveness to be here today and this week. But the SEC prepares you just because you're playing a very competitive schedule. Every team is out to beat the Gators, so you have to be on your A game at all times. So we're prepared as much as we possibly can, and just super excited for this week.
Yeah, I think same thing for what Skylar said. Like, it's been a grind all season. The SEC schedule we had this year was super tough. And I think what really pushed us was the Georgia series, like what we were able to do in that game and how we came back and fought. I think that was really just the momentum push, and then that led to Florida State, which that game was crazy, and then from there on. So I think that's really when we were like, okay, like we have good momentum going into postseason.
All right, we'll go to second row, right.
Myron Patton, OKC Sports Radio. Tim, transfer is a big part of everybody's program, no matter the sport. You got perhaps the best one, or one of the best ones in the country, Jocelyn Erickson, left Oklahoma to come to your program. Just she fit in for you. Just talk about what impact she's had on your team this season.
Yeah, I think when you look at transfers across the country in all sports, there's probably been some transfers that haven't been the best fit for programs, or transfers for the wrong reasons or other things. And we really try to do our homework as much as possible on the people that we bring in. Make sure, number one, they're the right person, make sure that they fit with our culture. The academic component obviously is important to me. But I honestly, Jocelyn's been a fit from day one, right away. Just the way she goes about her work ethic, the way she goes about just who she is and her competitiveness. She's been a phenomenal addition. And if you do this right, Skylar transferred to us as well. We've had some other ones. If you do it right, transfers sometimes are actually better than high school recruits, because they already know what they either didn't have or do have or want, and there's a lot of things that can be on a plus. I've always been an advocate for if a kid needs to go somewhere else. We had a couple of kids leave our program last year that went on to have fantastic seasons this year, and and again, I helped pave the way for that. We just talked about what they wanted and what their goals were, and so Jocelyn's came in with the goals from day one of what she wanted to be, and how it's my job to kind of figure out how we're going to pave that way to get her there, and then most importantly, she's a great teammate and a great leader and a great competitor on the field. She's done a great job with our young pitchers of just keeping them and holding them accountable to things that they need to do, because she has the experience that that they were searching for. So she's been a fantastic addition culturally, on and off the field.
All right, we'll go front row left to Jenny.
Tim, I think it's been 10 years since you guys started wearing the sunflowers. Is that about right?
Yeah.
So to still wear them, Heather's been gone now 10 years. Can you talk about why you guys have continued and how that story, you've got players now that weren't around when all of that happened. Why has that continued, and how has that story been shared over these years?
Yeah, we have an award that the players vote on. It's not coaches driven. That's the Heather Braswell Above and Beyond Award that sits in the locker. Heather has a locker in the locker room. We have 25 locker spaces, and one of those is a Sunflower Saturday locker. And we try to do as good of a job every single year of telling the story, but we still have a young kid named Hartley, and Hartley Georges is an adopted Friends of Jacqueline kid in our program too, that she comes back and throws out her first pitch and wears her jersey and some other cool things. So it's a really cool story. Skylar and Katie Kistler are kind of the ambassadors to Hartley, and all of our players on the team, with their own money buy presents for Hartley and her little brother Carter. But Terry Braswell has season tickets. She sits right behind home plate. We have a Sunflower Saturday section that I don't know how many shirts there were this Saturday against Baylor, but the kind of a creamy yellow shirt this year, really cool. But I think the main thing is when Kelsey Horton approached me a long time ago that the girls wanted to go from ribbon and bows in their hair to kind of a created sunflower. About 12 years ago now, 10 years now, I think running, we've been wearing the yellow one. So it's been pretty, we used to wear a white one and a blue one and an orange one, and then now it's shifted it over to yellow. So it's been, you see it all over the country. When I go out and recruit, they're everywhere now. And I think that's the cool thing that, talking to Dennis Murphy, who is the founding father of Friends of Jacqueline program, which is aligning a player with a program. Really cool story, and we've been able to just really give kids that are fighting for their lives with pediatric cancer just a little smile for a day potentially, but more importantly for our athletes, understanding that the game is the game, that it's part of life.
We have time for two more. We'll go second row on the right from Joe.
Tim, Mike White said it's a huge advantage for the World Series to always be here because for Oklahoma, and floated the idea of having it rotate. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
Well, I didn't realize that I knew that in a couple years the World Series was in Columbus, Georgia, and rightfully so, with the Olympics starting in '96 for the first ever Olympic softball games in the games. But I don't really believe that the games need to move from Oklahoma. I think now we've been here 40 years. The community, the state. It really is. It's something that people look forward to. The economic impact, obviously, that we heard last night as a group. This is great. It's awesome. My only thing was just trying to get this similar to what Omaha is, and that be down in Bricktown or somewhere like that, where the kids, the families, the fans can have a little bit more of an atmosphere. Not to say that this stadium isn't a great stadium. It is, Just the atmosphere that they have at TD Ameritrade downtown and some of that stuff is just different. I've been there once. We just don't have that here. I'll tell you this: my wife's been on my butt for 2 days. How do I get a parking pass? We used to get parking passes all the time, and she's like, "How am I going to get there? You don't understand. It's packed. We can't get out of the stadium." I'm like, "Well, get on the bus." I mean, it's long story short, it'd be nice to be able to walk to your hotel after the game from Bricktown. I think that'd be a really cool thing to do. But it's here. It needs to stay here. It's been here 40 years. This is the place where it needs to be.
All right, Barry on the front left will wrap us
Barry
up.
Trammell, Tulsa World. Tim, we've been talking about it a couple of years. Sooners and Longhorns headed to the SEC. As soon as this tournament's over, they're there. What are they in for, and what are you in for with them joining the conference?
We got them both on our schedule next year at home, so that'll be interesting. I think at the end of the day, everybody talked about, wow, you got these two teams. Obviously, they're great programs led by great coaches and have great athletes. It's just different. It's just different. It's just different. The SEC's different. And I thought we were good, and then we get our butts kicked by somebody, one weekend. I'm like, gosh, man, it's tough. The travel, the fans, the passion, the number of fans, it's just different. And I'm excited that they're coming to the SEC. I think they're going to they're going to expand recruiting bases for their programs and our programs, and the television coverage and the popularity. We've already been the number one RPI conference in the country. And now we're going to be the number 1+ star RPI in the country when you add those two teams. They're really good, and it's going to be a challenge. We're in for a challenge. They're in for a challenge. Tennessee had a fantastic SEC season. They really did. And I think we lost 7 games in one series, and we're second place. So it's going to be there's no longer going to be an undefeated SEC champion or a one-loss SEC champion. There's going to be multiple losses.
Right, that'll wrap things up for Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. Go Gators.
Go Gators.
Duke is up at 2:45, by the way. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Reminder, there's no cell phone recordings of this. Please make sure to silence your cell phones or any electronic devices, and make sure to give your name and affiliate when you ask a question. We're joined by Duke head coach Marissa Young and players Lily Walker, Jada Baker, and Giselle Tapia. Coach Young, sorry, if you don't mind giving an opening statement, then we'll go to questions.
Sure. We're super excited to be here as a new program on the big stage for the first time. Really proud of this group and this team and everything that they've accomplished and overcome this year, the adversity that they faced to get here, and we're excited to compete for a national championship.
All right, open questions. Front row on the left.
Mason Young with the Tulsa World. Coach, I'm wondering if you could just reflect on what it was like facing Oklahoma the first time and what you feel like is waiting for you tomorrow. And then Lily, for you being from Oklahoma, what does it mean to you to get to come back here and play on this stage for the first time?
Sure, we've talked about it as a group. Obviously, we played Oklahoma the very first game of our season. Still had a lot of nerves to get out, but it was a very competitive game. Once Cassidy Curd settled in, it was good. We had a lot of balls that didn't fall. So we walked away from that game really confident and understanding what things we needed to do to get better as a team. Obviously, it's the postseason. They're a different ball club, so are we. And we know it's definitely going to be a tough battle tomorrow and a chess match, a lot like our super regionals of teams punching and punching back, and we just want to be the grittiest, toughest team on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I've grown up coming to watch Women's College World Series with my family, and so it's pretty surreal to come and just practice on the field and actually be in it this year. So I'm just so excited that I get to do it alongside my best friends.
All right, we go front row to the right with Jenny.
Lily, can we dig into that a little bit further? What are your memories? Where did you sit? What sort of stands out from the times you came as a kid?
Yeah, I was just telling them earlier, I have a photo of like a family photo where we were on the field, and it's like me probably like 10 or 12, like my chubby, like little fat stage type of thing. And so now just like being an adult playing on this field, it's amazing because I've looked up to people that have come before me and played this game for so long. And so it's so awesome to see all of our hard work and teamwork that's gone together to make this team culture so great to get us here.
Hey, Marissa, can I ask you also, you mentioned first time here. We don't get a lot of newcomers anymore to Women's College World Series. To bust through and get here, what do you feel like has been important? I mean, I know it's not just this team, it's other teams, other seasons, but what do you feel like has really been important to get you guys to the point where as a newer program you could get to this stage?
Yeah, I think first and foremost, having the opportunity as a player myself to be here 2 out of my 4 years was really instrumental of understanding how difficult it is to get to this stage. It takes the right group. It takes a lot of things to go well for you, a little bit of luck along the way. But as you all know, this year in college softball, there is so much parity, and it is anybody's game on any given day. And I think what I love most about this team that has got them to this point is their consistency of how they've showed up every single day, regardless of who their opponent was. They've understood what they need to do and how they need to play Duke softball to be successful. And I think that the consistency in their work is what got them to this point.
All right, we've got a Cliff on the second row on the left here.
Yeah, Cliff Brunt, Associated Press. Coach Young, she just talked about breaking barriers. Also, very few black coaches in softball. For you to have broken through and gotten to this point, what does it mean to you, and what do you think it can mean for black coaches going forward?
It means a lot. I didn't have that as something to see growing up. And obviously in taking the job here at Duke, I understood that I had an opportunity to do something that's never been done. And it's taken players like these sitting next to me that believed in me and the vision that we had the commitment to the program and our core values to get us to this point. But I love just looking at our team, and all the diversity and everything that we stand for is really, really special. And I hope that it continues to open up doors for others, both in the professional setting, but also players, that want to play at this level.
All right, we've got a second row on the right to Joe.
Marissa, Mike White talked about how it's a huge advantage for Oklahoma to always have the World Series in Oklahoma City. I know this is your first time here as a coach, but having come here as a player, I just wanted to get your thoughts on what you think of this kind of being the permanent site.
I'm sort of the one that looks at things of it's a game. The game doesn't know, and we have to show up and be able to keep our composure and play great softball. No secret, it's to an advantage. A lot of these teams here, everyone but us has been here before. That obviously works in their favor. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to how well we play and how gritty we are for 7 innings.
All right, we'll get a second round on the left over here.
Jaden Watson-Fisher, Raleigh News and Observer. For any of the players, not softball related, but what has your favorite activity been in your kind of pregame stuff so far?
I guess we had like a couple of sophomores, like 4 of them that make raps, and they do it like every pregame, so I guess that's like my favorite part. They always make it up, like it's not the same thing any time. So it's really funny, and it gets us like free and not tight to start playing the game and everything.
Any more players?
My favorite was probably by far going to the museum. I do have a couple of friends from other teams, so just seeing them and being able to interact with not only them but my teammates is such an awesome experience, and I'm just so grateful to be here.
I think my favorite pregame activity would be playing hacky sack. I think a lot of us pitchers do it when they're like our hitters are hitting, and so it's just something to loosen up the muscles, but it's also fun, kind of a silly game to play.
All right, we'll get a third row on the left here.
Jenna Becerra, D1 softball. Coach, I know we talked about how it's only been 7 years that the Duke softball program has existed. So I'd love to hear your thoughts, but then also the players about not only being here for your first time, but also for the first time for the program and being part of a legacy like that.
I think the attitude, we weren't just happy to be a new softball program. We wanted to be great. We wanted to compete for championships from day one. So for us to win our first ACC championship in year 4 was really the foundation of that. And since then, every group has been on a mission to take the program to the next steps. And we definitely come into this College World Series with the same mindset. We're not just happy to be here for the first time. We want to win and we want to compete.
Yeah, I think each and every year that we come, starting in the fall when we start to train, we're thinking, how can we break through the next barrier that's been set by the people that came before us and really buying into the culture that they've instilled in this program. Duke is excellent. Like everything that we do is we're breeding excellence. We're trying to maintain excellent culture at all times. And so I think that as like every time we come to practice, we just want to make each other better, push each other to be the best that we can. And that's really what's propelled this program forward. It's the day in, day out training.
Yeah, I will say we do grind for sure, but the biggest thing is like building relationships. Like we're so close, like we would honestly die for each other is what it feels like. So I think having that is really what helps us go so far.
Yeah, to touch on all of that, I think I've been here the longest. I am a 5th year. So being out here for the first ACC win and super regionals and regionals, I think going off of all of those wins, but also all of the losses, we're a team that learns from failure, and I think that's what makes us so resilient, and that is the reason why we're here.
All right, we got a Myron on the second row.
Myron Patton, OKC Sports Radio. Coach, you mentioned you played Oklahoma at the beginning of the year. Where have you come from as far as improvement since then? And Giselle, you just mentioned you're a 5th-year senior. Where's the program come? Everybody wants to get to this point. Just talk about where the program has come to allow you to get to this point.
Go first.
Yeah, I think we joke a lot about we didn't have a lot of fans, and one of our old players, she's a manager now, but her grandparents were only fans. So I think coming from that, we really had to work. Like I think we had to build this program, and those that came before me instilled a culture of excellence, but also work ethic, not only on the field but off the field. So I think that living that standard on and off the field allowed us to be great, but also be willing to put in the extra that got us here.
How we've grown as a team, so many ways. I think we've continued to develop the depth in our pitching staff, and Jayla and Cassidy have been phenomenal starters for us. Lily Walker, in my opinion, is one of the best closers in the country, and she's done that all year for us. Offensively, what makes us special is on any given day, it's somebody stepping up in the lineup. Obviously, Claire Davidson and Amina Vega have been phenomenal all season long, but on any given day. In super regionals, it was Deanna stepping up big or Frankie Freelick. And our team really thrives off that. We don't rely on one particular person to get the job done. It's next man up mentality, and I think that makes us a really tough team to beat. We've also, found different ways to score runs, and even when we're down, we fight and we find ways to win. And so I think we've continued to develop resilience and be the team that finds a way to get the job done.
All right, we'll get a second round on the left here to Scott.
Scott Wright with the Oklahoman. We got to hear Lily's old memories of this event, but Jada and Giselle, I'd like to hear some of your early life memories of maybe watching this on TV or playing a travel ball tournament here, anything like that.
Yeah, well, I've never been to Oklahoma, but like just being here and seeing the stadium is insane. Like I've never seen a softball stadium so big. So I think it's just going to be awesome to be in that environment and truly take it in and just step back and not really worry about softball for a second and truly take in how amazing it is to be here.
Yeah, some of my early softball memories were watching the College World Series. I know one of my favorite players was Sierra Romero, and watching her perform on the stage, but also having Sydney Romero as a coach last year, kind of just intertwined, but also being here now for myself it's so amazing, and I can't thank my team enough for being able to get here, but also just the gratitude I have for my family, my parents, like supporters. So I think the biggest thing for me is that I made the little girl on TV, who I was probably 12 years ago, so happy.
We got a second round on the left here.
Jane Watson-Fisher, Raleigh News and Observer. Every team wants to be here, and once they've been here a couple times, it's still special, but it's like, you've done this. For a program doing this for the first time, you're doing the ESPN promos and all of that stuff. Was there a moment where you're like, holy crap, like we're actually doing this?
I mean, yeah, I think it is. It takes you back for a second, but I also think that, like, we had this goal in mind whenever we first started training in the fall. Like, it's no surprise that we have the talent and, like, we deserve to be here. We've gone through the adversity. We've stayed together even in the toughest of times. So I think that of course, the stadium's amazing and all the stuff that we're getting is so great, but we have the talent and we deserve, like, we're going to compete in this tournament.
I think what's really cool from a coach's perspective is to know that along the years, so many of them have heard that they needed to go somewhere else to get to this stage. And, they chose Duke not only because of the education, but they believed in, even as a new program, that we could do something special. And so I'm just really happy for them that they're getting the best of both worlds to get the best degree in the country and also competing on the highest stage.
We'll go front row left here to Barry.
Yeah, Barry Trammell, Tulsa World. Lily, you were playing softball somewhere else, but the tornado came through Claremore and Pryor, I know. Did it do any damage at Inola, which is just a few miles, and was your family affected?
No, my family was not affected. I'm from Inola, like you said. But yeah, of course, prayers and thoughts go out to all those that were impacted by that. I know there were a lot of churches and people getting together to support those, so really thankful for the community that is from Oklahoma. It's amazing to see.
All right, we have a question on Zoom from Eric Lopez.
Coach Eric Lopez, D1 softball for Coach. Coach, take me through this process from that moment that the final out is recorded in Missouri and you realize that what you've been building is gotten here to the World Series and that incredible moment, and yet maybe a couple days later you got to turn the page and get ready here for the World Series in Oklahoma City. Take me through those handful of days and the emotions and what it's been like.
Sure. I think it started actually in the ninth inning. I decided to move from usually front of the dugout to the end of the dugout. I needed to find another spot to shake up the mojo. And the minute I sat down on the bucket, I just said, you know what, God, I don't know how this is going to end, but I know that you've got us. And in that very next moment, it felt like the pitch being delivered to Deanna Jennings was in complete slow motion, and then we watched it leave the park. And I knew at that moment that we had scored the one that was going to be enough. Thankfully, we scored some insurance runs, but it was just really incredible to see them rally and continue to fight, through 9 scoreless innings before they broke it open. And it was definitely that, oh my gosh, we've finally done what we've wanted to do the last couple of years. It was pretty heartbreaking not to get there last year when we thought we would. So this year definitely made it all the sweeter. And then, yeah, you wake up the next day and you look on the dresser and you're like, okay, the championship hat is still there, so this is real. But you really quickly have to flip the page and start planning for next steps, logistics of how to get to the World Series. And then the scouting report starts and prepping the team physically and mentally for what's to come. And so it's been really a tough balance of trying to balance enjoying the moment and enjoying what we've accomplished. But this group knows they are not done, and they're hungry for more.
All right, that'll wrap things up for Duke. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oklahoma State's up at 3:25, by the way.
Thank you all.
But I certainly know
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. A reminder, no recordings of this with cell phones, and please silence your cell phones or any electronic devices, and give your name and affiliation whenever you ask a question with Mike, please. We're joined by Oklahoma State head coach Kenny Gajewski and players Lexi Kilfoyle, Jillian Poulard, and Caroline Wong. If we can start with an opening statement. Kenny. Hey, good to see you.
It never gets old to walk back into this room, so super thankful to be able to lead these guys here. Three just incredible kids. So I'm excited to just hear them here today. This is about them. This is about the program. It's about the Cowgirl Way, and we're excited to put that on display again in front of the whole country again. So we love this group. It's been maybe the most amazing journey I've been on since my first year here in 2016. Have for sure had the most fun I've ever had with this group and just what they bring to the table every single day. So excited to be back and looking forward to tomorrow night. Just wish it wasn't against my best friend.
All right, we'll open up to questions.
Okay, we're done.
Front row left here to Jenny.
Kenny, let's talk about that a little bit. You and Tim go way back. He was saying he was 17. Do you remember when you first crossed paths with him? And you guys, it sounds like talk all the time. What's the conversation been like as this became a reality?
Yeah, I can probably recall one of the first nights that I got really close to Tim. I probably can't tell you all the details here. That may be, I have to protect him and me as well. But the one thing I can tell you about T-Dub is he's loyal. I mean, he gave me a shot to get back in, and I'm just thankful. I mean, he's just a great friend, and God, I don't want to cry. He's just a good man. He's always shot me straight. And I mean, I miss being around him a lot, to be very honest. So, but it's really cool to be able to showcase his team and our team on the stage, and to be able to do that is just an incredible thing. And just thankful for what the doors that he opened, and I'm thankful to be out of his tree. I mean, it's really cool. It really makes me proud. And I can tell you this, when he texts me, it means a lot. When he calls, it means a lot. So it's really cool.
All right, we're good. Front row right, Robert.
Yeah, Robert Allen, Post Report. Was just going to ask you, do you remember who called who first back in February when you hastily arranged that game down in Florida? And when you talked, was there any doubt it was going to happen?
I'll take the credit. I did. I called. Might as well get some. It's good. I called him. I just said, hey, I know this is probably a long shot. First off, like, the one thing I've learned under him is don't ever play a game after an off day. Like, don't ever play on a Tuesday when Monday is your off day. So I knew when I called him, I was like, he's not going to want to play. I really don't want to play, but we need to both play. They had missed games, so I just reached out and said, hey, it's a long shot, but we're here. We're willing to come do you. And we're both in the same boat. We've both been on an off day, so none of us has an advantage, and I'd love to come play at your place. And he just, like, I knew right away when he texted me back, I probably have it in my phone, but it was like, hey, give me 5. And it was probably for him to kind of go through his mind. He's calculated and smart. And I think he was probably trying to look through it all and go, okay, does this make sense? And he called back and said, let me see what I can do. I think we can. He goes, I want to play. So let me start to run it up the ladder. And within, I know somebody wrote a story at the time on it. It was really good, very detailed on the time frame. But within a few hours, we had a game set, and it's no joke. Trying to get our universities to move is tough at times because you're dealing with not just fans, but people to work and people to get concessions open and all the stuff that goes into it. It's not just playing a game. Then to get umpires is wild. So he made it happen. We tried to do everything that we could to help that, and it was cool.
Second on the left here to Cliff.
Yeah, Cliff Brunt, Associated Press. This is for Lexi. What's been the biggest adjustment you've had to make from being one of the aces to being the ace?
Honestly, I feel like the coaches helped me along the way. Coach G and I kind of had that conversation over the summer where he was like, hey, like, you're going to be our ace this year, and I know you don't want to be called that, but that you don't even have to be called that to be an ace. Like, you just have to go out there and do your job. And I think I don't like the term ace because I know a pitching staff, it takes every single one of us, because that was one of our things this year is we were going to use all of us. And so, I mean, just playing my game and with the support of my teammates and support of the coaches, I think if I put that term beside, I think you naturally fall into that place. So.
Good. Second round on the left here to Scott.
Yeah, Scott Wright with the Oklahoma. I got one for Kenny, and then Jill and Caroline got one for you as well. But Kenny, how's Ivy coming along? You talked about needing to get her some more work in your run up to this. How important is she going to be alongside Lexi this week? And then for the players, what has your experience been? I know you haven't played yet, but just being here, seeing the facility, all those things.
I think Ivy's doing good. We made it a point we practiced just like we practiced the whole year. So we took Sunday off. We had a good practice on Monday. We stayed home an extra day, practiced on Tuesday, had some live situations. Ivy threw a what I would call like a live bullpen, which we haven't been doing the whole last 3 to 4 weeks. Her bullpens have been scarce. We've been trying to just to manage the pain and manage her rib. But we said, hey, we're going to have to go at it now. We're going to have to really go. So Carrie thought she threw extremely well. She had some timing issues a week ago because of not pitching enough. And so if you can imagine, you have a broken rib, and it really doesn't hurt to throw. It hurts to breathe. But then when your timing's off, and Lexi can tell you this, if you ever create the kind of arm speed that these guys do, and then you graze your rib cage with your elbow as you come through, and you have a broken rib, that was starting to happen because her timing was off, just like a hitter's timing could become off. And so yeah, I think it led to a little bit of inconsistency against Arizona. I still think she gutted out and got us what we needed to, but I don't think she was anywhere close to what she's been. So I think getting her this extra work again has been really good.
Players.
Can you remind me of the question? I'm sorry. What's your experience here been like football? Here, oh my God, it has been amazing. And I mean, I think anyone who talks to me, I think I put a lot of emphasis on like, hey man, I'm living the dream. Or like, a lot of times I say, I just feel like I'm dreaming even still, because I mean, I come from somewhere that I played for 4 years, and this was only a dream, and it just felt so far out of reach and kind of out of touch. And I mean, for this to be my 5th year and finally being able to actually experience it for myself and not just watch it, it's awesome. And it's everything that I could have imagined.
I definitely feel the same. I talked to Coach G, I think yesterday. He was like, hey, how are you feeling? And I was like, it feels like it's so exciting, but I don't think it's really like set in. Like it almost doesn't feel like it's real yet for me.
All right, we go. Second row on the right.
Parker Jarrow, the O'Collie. Kenny, you've talked about a couple of times now how much fun you've had with this group and said it's some of the most fun you've ever had, but what specifically about this group has made it the most fun you've ever had?
We just have this unique circumstance. We have so many young kids that let's just start out with this. We have so many new people after 4 years of having a lot of the same kids, and And I think like last year it was so awesome. But like all I could think about the whole year was getting those kids back here to try to do what they wanted. And at one point, it didn't look like it was going to happen. I think we lost 11 of 13 late. And we hadn't lost barely at all up to that point. It was wild. And it just, like, getting here was just such a relief. Like, I was just like, I was worn out. And those kids gave us everything that we had every day, right? But I just getting them back was all I could think about and try to work for and stay up at night and think about. And then we start over, in a weird way. And not completely over, but we start over with a lot of new pieces. Talent, great kids, great families. But you just, like I think I was honest up front. I said, I think we're good enough, we're talented enough to get back to OKC, zero question. I just don't know how we're going to look. I just don't know how we're going to respond. We've got a third baseman who hasn't really played third base in college and barely ever. We've got a shortstop that we moved to shortstop with a week left before the season had started. Has never played shortstop. And we've got a second baseman who all she's done is been waiting for 4 years to come here to play shortstop, and we're moving her to second base. Then we've got a first baseman who's never played first base ever. And now she's playing first. And then Caroline is new. And Jill is new. And I'm like, who are we? Like, I think we're really good, but like, I don't know when we get punched how we're going to respond. And from the first weekend through the second weekend, watching these guys respond was like, oh, we're dang good, fast. And they're so much fun. They've never had a bad day. They just answered the bell. And so I've got a new staff, fairly new staff, really young. They need coaching too. But man, they've been coaching me. And so it's just like all this newness has been fresh. And we probably have the best synergy in this program that we've ever had. And that's no knock on any person, anyone. It's just magical. And I don't know how that happened. I'm feeling like the luckiest guy on earth. I should be doing a Dos Equis commercial right now. I mean, seriously, that's how I feel. And it's just been fun.
Right. We've got a front row left, Barry.
Yeah, Barry Trammell of Tulsa World. For Kenny and Lexi, you guys have played, you've been here many years in a row. OU's been here every year. Texas has been here some. This year, though, you're coming off a season in which you whacked them around a little bit. How does that change the dynamic if you meet later in the year? Is your confidence level higher because of that? Or how does it, and the fact that they're on the way out adds to the drama. How do those two factors play into potential meetings in the World Series?
Barry, I don't think it really matters. It's different. It's just, it's a new day and nothing really matters at this point. Like, it's just whoever's next. And I can tell you this, like, this team doesn't fear anyone, so I don't think they're really worried about who's in front of them. However, we respect everyone here in a major way, respect their coaching abilities, we respect the way they do things. So we're just like we've always been, and I know it sounds like coach speak, but I feel like if we play the very best that we can play, I don't think there's anybody here that can play with us, and that's how we feel.
Yeah, from a player's perspective, honestly, I think it does give you a little bit of confidence knowing that we can look back at those games and pull out all the good and try and do that again. I think, like Caroline and I were talking earlier, like we've played, 4 of these teams and we've beaten all of them. So it definitely gives us a boost of confidence just to go out there and know that we can, if we play our best ball, that we can beat them.
All right, we go front row right.
I appreciate the Dos Equis reference because I feel like maybe I won't be struck by lightning when I ask this, but we're all adults here. I'm driving down the road yesterday, and I'm listening to a national sports radio show, and they're reading off the odds to win this in Vegas.
Oh, awesome.
People are betting on softball. We know the popularity of the sport. Does that cross your mind, or does anybody ever – do you know your 2-run favorites in Vegas? Or
oh, jeez.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It was crazy to listen to.
I did not know that. I'm not shocked. I'm not a big better, so it doesn't really interest me a whole lot, but I know that is for a lot of people. I will tell you, I think it's cool as long as these guys are staying away from that kind of stuff, because what it does is it just going to drive more interest. People are going to be watching, and so it tells you, I think, the trajectory of this sport, the trajectory of the female student athlete. I think I have the best job in the country coaching softball. It's wild that we can be doing this and be in a room like this, and it's just crazy. So I think that our sport is just really growing, and I think you're seeing that and feeling that all over. And whether that's good stuff or bad stuff, that's really not for me to say. As long as our kids are not involved in that kind of stuff, because that's the only negatives I see in that. Or there's no reason to, for these guys to be involved in that kind of stuff, obviously. So I think we have enough problems around.
All right, that'll wrap things up for Oklahoma State. Thanks.
That's fine. Yeah, we'll
stay. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
They got other stuff. They'll be back down here.